is me, is red, is a boy. Look at how high contrast I am. Look how stylized I look against this white background. Look at me. Look like a character. That's fashion, baby. With my physical therapy t-shirt on. All right, anyway. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. What are we doing today? I'm making a weird piece today. I'm gonna do something real weird. Make the Christmas lights show and no one will get hurt. I can't make them show. They're on. They're there. You just can't see them. I don't know why. They look great in real life. All right. Hold on. I do have my light on, so maybe things will look good. Is that better? Does that look better? Now everything's very dark. You're making me work in a dungeon. I don't like working in a dungeon. More! More! Give me more! Okay. Hold on. Sorry to anybody who was just sleeping. Let's go ahead and set that contrast higher. Let's go ahead and set the white balance just a little bit better. Look at my little cute decor. You lost again. Oh no. My heists do hate you. Correct. Well, now I'm working in a dungeon. So thanks for that. All right. Anyway, we're here. What are we doing? The heck is going on? What'd you do to the bot? Yeah, you did. Hello, Rat Lord. So, here's what we're doing today. Let me get away from my face. I went down the Tom Scott rabbit hole last night. I watched a bunch of Tom Scott videos. Hello, ma'am. Come here. You want to be on stream? Come here. Nope, she's shy. She ran away. Okay, so I went down the Tom Scott rabbit hole. And I found this video. I'm not going to play the audio because I don't want to get copywritten. And there's all these robots. This is a grocery store that is run by a bunch of robots, and the robots fly around and pick up groceries, and they're operated by like an AI mother brain. And it's just a cool video. Very cool video. Highly recommended. So I'm going to make this, but vertical and more magical. I'm going to make this not robotic. I'm going to make it better. Yeah. Your back is sore because of exercise? You're not exercising right. You got to have good form. I mean, I shouldn't be telling a physical trainer, or not a physical trainer. I should be telling a personal trainer how to exercise, but your back shouldn't hurt. Rat Lord, you got to be careful with yourself. Dude, I have great form. Okay, fair. My secret is that I'm always sore. All right, anyway, so I'm not going to play any more of a Tom Scott video. We're back. I'm going to throw some music on, and let's get into it. And this is going to come together. This is it. We're all here. We're all hoping. We're all praying. We're not going to have another Monday. I'm not doing Monday over again. Hey. Look at that. Look at that disgusting stinky. My secret is I'm always drunk. I swear. Anyway. We're all having a day, aren't we? So, we're gonna do this. Little old Lathindra's here. Is that a bottom rat I see? It is a bottom rat. Bottom rat is here. Who would have guessed? Bottom rat it is. Alright, so the goal for me is to work pretty fast. I think speed is key today. I think speed is the key. Because we gotta go kind of fast to make all this work. To make your dreams into dreams, you gotta work kind of fast. So, I'm gonna go ahead and push... Let's do 6. 6 will be fine. Alright, trust me. This is gonna be weird at first. It's all gonna come together. Once you see it, there's no going back. What's the consensus? Is Ratlord a top or a bottom? Hard to say. Would a top get a sore back from working out? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'd love for everyone's opinion on what I am. Not that that's relevant to the current conversation, but I would be interested. All right, let's do individual insets. We need to apply scale first. And we're going to do some individual insets. That looks pretty good to me. And we'll go ahead and extrude in. And I'm going to be very careful with this because we're going to hit geometry limits very fast. You're def a bottom? Yeah, I'm definitely a bottom. I'm a bottom for sure. You got me. You got me figured out. I know Ratlord's gonna... No. Always with the bunny ears. I mean, I believe they just wanted to see them angry. True. You should be offended. Definitely bottom bun. Correct. Correct. We got bottoms in chat tonight. All right, that is a bookshelf. Sorry if you hate it, but that's a bookshelf. That's what bookshelves look like. Bun bottom. I am the ceiling. Pyro's the biggest top I've ever seen. Pyro's in the sky. Peak bookshelf performance? You bet. You bet. So, got a bookshelf. I'm the most top. All right, T. Let's be real with ourselves. What do you have? Okay, cat's going crazy. She's got something. Lithindra, what are you? Lithindra, give us your input here. What are you feeling? Okay, so I hate that. In all ways. In all ways but physical, I hate that. Still hate it. Still hate it. Boy, that's not the look. Goodbye. I will do it manually. Can't trust anybody around here. Bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. Let's do a test run just to make sure that it works before I get ahead of myself and select everything. Oh, it works really well, actually. I think we'll just do 2. Keep it nice and easy. Yeah, it looks solid. Cool. That's what we're up to. Never trust anyone. I'm a mysterious switch. Greemall, I say it every stream. There's no one I'm more curious about in this world than you. I gotta know your story one day. You might not be ready to tell your story, and that's fine. But one day, I gotta know your story. I have a morbid curiosity about you as a person. You talk just enough to give insight into your life, and then you're quiet. And so now I just have to know. You're like Keanu Reeves. Greemall, in my mind, you're like a cute anime Keanu Reeves. That's what you look like to me. So I hope that's a compliment. I hope you don't hate Keanu Reeves as a person, because how could you? Alright, that's gonna be that. Do I want 3? I'll do 3. It's gonna end bad. It's gonna end in tears. There she is. That's a bookshelf. I am the Great Cornholio. I need TP for my Omnicron. Boy? Boy? Alright, moment of truth. Keanu is love, for sure. I mean, you are Keanu, so you say whatever you want to say. Alright, it begins. Here we go. 5 books per side? You bet. And it's an octagon. 8 glorious sides, as Jack Black has shown us. Here we go. We're going array. This is going to get out of control. This is going to get real out of control. Everyone's going to relax. Why'd it do that? Yes, ma'am. I'm getting rid of that dresser tomorrow. You're stuck. You can stop obsessing over it. Come here. Come here. She's trying to play. I need like a cannon behind my monitor that shoots a treat out and you guys can play with my cat. That'd actually be the dopest thing ever. Okay, perfect. We got it. Turn off auto smooth. Yeah, that was it. But I want the top to be auto smoothed. You're good. I think there's a little bit of a delay between us. I lost a couple of frames right at the beginning of stream, so just think that's where we're at. Okay, here we go. Let's do 35 looking at this. Is that a good enough view for me? That looks about right. This is going to end in tears, isn't it? This is not going to end well. I shouldn't do it like this. I should think about what I'm doing for a moment. Okay, well, I'll give you a teaser while we're here, because I'm going kind of quick. Here's the teaser. We're going to throw another array out here. This guy is going to be 4. 4 looks just about perfect. Imagine not being a total dom. I don't think that's hard for you to imagine, Rat. I think you could easily imagine that. The obsession with you and Niche for being doms is just my favorite thing. You don't know anything, sir? I truly don't. I don't know what your lives are like. I don't know what you do with yourselves. You do whatever you want with yourselves. All right, here we go. Bookshelves upon bookshelves. And I was hoping that arrays would be instanced, but based on this, it's kind of hard to see that being true. Here we go, bookshelves. Bookshelves for days. So I'm probably going to find the minimum number for me to reference here. That's kind of a cool look right there. There's like dividing lines everywhere. That's the problem with an octagon. I should have done a hexagon. Yo, what's your problem? What's the matter? Come here. Why are you freaking out? What is your deal? Why are you so hyper? Huh? What happened? Why are you so hyper? She's gonna be freaking out all stream. Oh, I just stabbed myself in the eye. Bro, Niche is exploring the depths of the ocean. That's how much of a sub she is. I'll let her know. I think you two might have a rare double bottom relationship. I think you might have the rare double bottom. I'm going to say that's the look right there. That's kind of a cool view. I should put my camera right here. Which there's a hotkey for it, and I don't remember what the hotkey is for it. So we're just going to add a camera, and we're just going to do our best. So let's throw a camera on here. Where's the camera at? Oh, it's all the way over there. That's a good look. That's a really good look, actually. Okay. Let's go ahead and throw on some view. We're going to go to the camera. We're going to lock camera to view, and we're going to find that position. Looks like double bottom, but it's because she's so sub. All right, you go Lark. You go work on your business. You go do your commissions or whatever you do with your time. You're a busy bean. I know you are. All right. I cry under my bed. True. Who doesn't? Who doesn't nowadays? Do a good lurk. You forgot to do the lurk command, so you can't officially lurk until you do the lurk command, by the way. There we go. Okay, you cannot be a top in Uwu. Just gonna put that out there. That's a rule of this chat. You are not allowed to be a top in Uwu. Your top is revoked. I'm just gonna snip chat real quick, sending to Niche. You should, please do. I'm gonna say that looks just about right to me. I might play with the camera later, but that's it for now. That's all we're gonna stick to. Camera to view stays there. And now that I have the camera here, let's go ahead and grab you guys and see how far we want to push this. It don't matter, homie. She my piece. Okay. Tell a story about chat if everyone in chat was a Pokemon. Okay. All right. Someone's on their Pokemon kick lately. Everybody in chat is a Pokemon. I don't even know what you want from me. I don't even know what that means. Okay, that'll be good. That'll be nice. Actually, take it back. Let's grab the camera. Let's move the camera to X0. We should have roughly the exact same camera that we had before. Looks good enough to me. Okay, so everybody in chat is a Pokemon. You all get caught, and you get trained. And who would be the champion? I don't exactly know what you want from me with this one. This one's a little abstract, if I'm being perfectly honest. Whoa, hello. Hey, T got some points. I'm gonna go ahead and say, if everybody in chat was a Pokemon, none of you would stand a gosh dang chance. You would be snuffed out instantly. I think T would end up in a Poke Center. Pyro would end up with Team Rocket. Greemol would be like a legendary Pokemon that sits in a cave for 1,000 years and just sits there waiting for somebody to show up. Brat is a water type because they're a bottom. I don't know what else to do with this prompt. This is a strange prompt. Okay. All right. I'm focused. You threw me off on this Pokemon stuff. I didn't expect what to do with this. Okay, so we have a scene that is built out pretty well, I would argue, and I'm just rendering a little bit less now that we're here. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. I have to make up a story for everybody turning into a Pokemon. All right, I'll give it a shot. Everybody turns into a Pokemon. Once everybody has turned into a Pokemon, hold on, give me one moment. Once everybody has transformed into a Pokemon, oh, it's perfect. Oh, it looks perfect. That's what I needed right there. I'd definitely be a Pancham. I like a Pancham. Except the short that they made about him is the worst thing ever. They gave him the worst Poke short that exists. So, sorry about that, but you got screwed. If everybody in chat got turned into a Pokemon, you all would not be able to talk in chat anymore. That'd be kind of a bummer. I kind of think nothing would happen if you all turned into Pokemon, because you don't know where each other live. I guess you'd all get doxxed, right? All of a sudden it'd be like, here's where everybody lives. A bunch of humans turned into Pokemon. I wonder what the connective tissue was. Oh, they're all a member of this guy's chat. And we would end up on TV. I'd end up on TV. I'd be investigated for some weird crime or something. I think they'd think that I'm guilty of some weird magic. And then I'd have a career going and doing late night talk show hosts, little interviews on late night talk shows, trying to explain what happened. It is Jet Set Radio. It's Hum the Bassline, the best song. Jet Set Radio is a game that I replayed very recently. It doesn't hold up very well. Hey, what's up, Talk? Nice to see you again. I gotta be lurking for a little while. Laundry waits for me. You take your sweet time. You do whatever you gotta do. I also love this game. I think this game is good. It has a really strong bit of nostalgia in my mind, but I think it's not very good in actuality. I think it's a game that just didn't age very well. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with a game not aging well. When I was like 10, I want to say, I got invited to a friend of mine's birthday party. And he was kind of a weird dude. He was sort of a strange man. I went with him to Universal one time, around the same time. And he cried because he like wanted to get a foam sword so bad. And so whoever parent was with us, because we were with one parent and a bunch of kids, whoever parent like bought him the sword because he was screaming and he was throwing a fit. And they bought him the sword. And then he just spent the rest of the day just hitting people with the sword. And the mom who bought the sword was like, I wish I hadn't done this. And she was not pleased about it. So that kid invited me over to his birthday when we were around 10. And it was a sleepover. So I get over to the house, and basically, he's got just a bunch of Doritos and Mountain Dew. And we're 10. This is like before... This was before all of that was normal. I know that's like, you know, the meme thing now is Mountain Dew and Doritos, but like, we were 10. This was way before that time. And I went over, and it was just that. And he had decorated his room with like Christmas lights and stuff. And he just had this like gamer room. And he had, hey, what's up, Chaos? He just decorated his room. And he had an old CRT, because I grew up in the CRT era. He had an old CRT setup with Jet Set Radio. Hello, I'm telling a story about my awkward friend in school. He had a TV set up, and he just was like, "Hey, for the next 16 hours, we're just gonna play Jet Set Radio." And so we're like, "Okay." And so like we're all 10. We're too young to be like, "No, let's go do something else." And it's his birthday. He gets to do whatever he wants, I guess. So for like just for as much time as we could spend, we played Jet Set Radio. And it was fine. It was just awkward. And then I didn't hang out with the kid afterwards, unfortunately. So hope stream is going well. Thank you. So far, it's been 20 minutes. I talked my head off and I made this. So we got a little library thing going on. It's going to turn into something magical, I promise. But for the time being, I'm just building out happening. Oh, Niche, hello. Yeah, we were talking crap about you. If you can imagine, it was Ratlord talking about what a bottom you are. All right. Let's go ahead and do this thing. Let's go ahead and wireframe this bad boy. I'm actually going to go here. And we're going to dissolve vertices. That's not what I wanted. Hello? Your arch nemesis, the Ratlord. Correct. Chaos, sorry. You caught me in the middle of me losing my mind. How was stream? What'd you all do? What'd you all work on today? I was in the middle of just a really intimate story that, for whatever reason, I felt compelled to explain. All right. No. I was just doing commissions? Wait, did you mean to redeem write me a story? Okay. I can write you a story about you doing commissions, if you want. I can't imagine what that story is going to be like, but doing pretty good. I've just been real busy and moving my stuff in panic. How I doing? I hope you're all right. Niche, I hope you're all right. I hope you're safe. I hope your living conditions are good. I hope there's nothing weird going on. Hope you're doing well. You didn't even write the Pokemon story. Yes, I did. I spent that whole time writing the Pokemon story. What? The story of the Pokemon. Okay, so T suggested that I write a story about everybody in chat turning into a Pokemon. The story was the police would investigate why a bunch of random people turned into Pokemon. They would realize it was because of my stream. I would get investigated by the FBI. I'd be taken to some college to explain what was going on. And then I'd spend the rest of my life just doing talk shows. I'd spend the rest of my life doing talk shows and getting paid to talk about why I got a weird genie's wish. I didn't say turning into Pokemon. What'd you say? I misunderstood your question then, if that's it. What was your question? That looks pretty good. Let's call that that. So, I'm going to put the bookshelves back on. Bookshelves are back on the menu, boys. I see it messed up my orientation, which I'm not pleased about. Nisha, the snip of chat. Oh, yeah. As was all ordained by the Magi. Bum body biddy biddy biddy. Bam body biddy bee body bee biddy bee. What was your question then? What did you want me to write a story about? I thought your story was about us turning into Pokemon. Did I not understand? Okay, so realistically, this should be the same measurement right here. 2.72. I should be able to grab you and move you down. That Looks all right. There's a little bit of a space underneath. What are those columns made of? I'm in between on that one, but I'm thinking it's going to be wood. I thought I did a good job making a story. I thought my story was great. Okay, let's go ahead and seal the deal on this guy. Now, I will say, when I set the prompt that I'm going to write people's stories live on stream, I didn't expect somebody to ask me what would happen if everybody turned into Pokemon. Wasn't my first thought. Are those to contain the geese? Yes, this is to contain the geese. This is a geese containment unit. Bookshelves made of books. I don't know if you know this. Bookshelves are the natural defense against geese. If you've ever dealt with a goose, they hate books. They're not good with the whole book thing. Okay, you're going to make me do some stretches. Very fair. Tell you what, we're going to go limited geometry. Let me do this part real quick, and then I'll get up and do some stretches. I expect everybody to get up and stretch with me. I expect everybody, raiders, lurkers, chatters, human Pokemon, I expect all of you to get up and stretch. Wait, what just happened? Whoa, I did not think that's how that worked. Hold on. I did not think that's how this was going to work. What? So if I grab this, I don't even know if it's like tiered correctly, but we're going to try this. Why does it work this way? This is weird. I thought I had to apply scale for all this to work. Where's a flock? That's a word I think that is near my house by the river. Your heist hates me. My heist does hate you. Correct. Okay, so here we go. I'm just going to do it verbatim. That's not the word that I wanted to use, but it is the word that I chose to use. 1.925. That's pretty close. 1.922. That's pretty close. You made it out alive? Thank goodness. Thank goodness somebody lived. 1.923. That's as good as it's going to get. Look at that. Look at that. And we got these nicely contained little bits. Look at that. That's a library. I think I might get rid of this part. I think that part's not good. Do I care? Yes, I do. 100% I care. Okay, so we're cutting you. Goodbye. Boom. 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 And then I'm going to get up and do some stretches. Made a square? Yeah, we're just making some stuff. I don't know if you can see it yet. I don't know if it makes sense yet. What we're doing... I guess I'll add one piece to make it very clear, and then I'm going to get up and I'm doing stretches. I keep saying I'm going to get up and do stretches, then I make an excuse. I am going to get up and do stretches. Okay, so you should see bookshelves with something, right? I'm now going to go into object mode. I'm going to add a plane, make it huge. That's the ground. That's the floor. So that's where the library is, like, going. So we're up in the rafters looking down. And these are going to be little metal cross-sections keeping the bookshelves from falling to the ground. All right, it's stretch time. Everyone, get up. Wow. that was a deep one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a 10. All right, we all stretched? Did everyone do it? Raise your hand if you stretched. I better see 100% of hands raised. All right. Hello? Get me out of here. We'll call you Floor. Okay. So now I have to make the books. I've been dreading this part. I've been dreading this part. I've been dreading this part because it's gonna mess everything up. I suppose there's no use in worrying about it. Might as well just go for it. Let's go for it. So, let's edit this. I know stretch. I give the commands. Wow, how dare you. How dare. Hey, what's up, CQDK? Oh, that looks good. We gonna do this thing? I think we're gonna do this thing. Am I gonna do this? Hey, Talk is back. Let's do this. I'm not sure I understand what I'm doing yet, and this might be a big mistake, but I'm gonna go for it. Let's take a little hydrate. Look at this dungeon I live in right now. I can't believe you demanded I turn my lights off. I'm also very proud to tell you that I kept up the daily drawing challenge I set for myself. Very good. In no way, shape, or form must you do this, but I would love to see some. I think pressure is not good, and you should not embrace pressure if it's not a positive thing for you. But sometimes I think it's really nice to have someone just there being like, oh, you did it. I post in general what I was thinking at Ready Era. Okay, I will take a look. I will have to load my Discord. Give me one moment. I turned my Discord off because I was dropping frames, but I will turn it back on. I can also close Mozilla. Oh, a top-down view. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, thank you, thank you. Let me pull that up real quick, and then I'll take a look. There we go. That's kind of what I was expecting the books to look like. Now the question is, I want to have some books missing. Boy, how am I going to do this? You better bet I'm not going to go through this whole thing and just start removing pieces randomly. But is that what I'm going to do? Thank you for asking. I'm on day 6 so far, so choose a number between 1 and 5. 6 is work in progress. Number 3. Number 3, baby. Let's see it. Oh, I've been full screen this whole time. Whoops, I wasn't using my overlay. Oh, well. Oh, Lathindra has a cool idea. Okay. There's an idea. There's a weird idea. How am I going to do that? It is a cool idea. I do like the idea. I don't know what the point of it is if I'm really sitting and thinking about it. Because what I'm doing is I'm holding up the bookcase with this. What is this? Is that holding like a light? Because I was going to put lights at the bottom of the columns. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll have to think about that. I'll give that a thought. Okay, let's go ahead and put everything back. And let's really think about these books for just a moment. So we got a lot of them. I mean, they are gorgeous looking. Oh, we messed up. Something's messed up. The bookshelves are messed up. Oh, I had a feeling that was going to happen. I had a feeling that was going to happen. We're going to experiment. I want to experiment for just a moment. Let me do a little experiment. This is going to be bad, and it's going to end in tears, and we're all going to be upset afterwards, and that's kind of what we're getting ourselves into right now, and I apologize for that, but I have an idea. I have what's hopefully a good idea, but I don't know that to be true or not. So I'm going to grab you. Boom, 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 boom. We're going to separate by loose parts. Separate by selection. Now we grab each of you. Okay. We actually go back pretty far. Okay, that should do. We're here. Let's grab you. We're going to extrude along normals one of you. This should work. This should work. I don't want to go past this metal point because this metal point is a dividing line for me. So we're going to do 0.2, 0.22, 0.21. Yeah, 0.21 it is. We're going to grab you. We're going to subdivide you down. And by that I mean bevel. With a 3, because we don't need to go crazy. That's pretty okay. I might go an extra mile. Yeah, I'll do that in just a moment, actually. So let's edit you. Let's grab all of this. Let's grab you. Let's separate by loose parts. And by selection, I mean. Okay. Yay, bills paid. Now I'm broke again. I just paid bills today as well. Isn't that the energy? Sometimes you just gotta pay your bills. RZ. RZ. What? Oh, I see. Set origin to geometry. RZ. Get really close. This is going to matter so much. Ba-ba-ba-bee. Ba-dee-dee-dee. Ba-da-ba-dee. Bee-dee-bee-dee-bee. Ba-dee-bee-dee. 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 Bee-dee-bee-dee-bee. Ba-dee-bee-dee. Ba-dee-bee-dee. Sure, that'll be fine. We'll do it just like that. I'll go into edit. No, 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 no. I'll go into edit. I will pull you forward. You'll be fine. Right there. Actually, I need to be exactly in the middle. So let's put it exactly in the middle. I'm counting in my head. CQDK, why are you saying no? What happened? What's the no for? Bobby, buddy, bee. All right, that is going to do that. This guy right here does not have an array attached to him. This one does. Wait, what? Okay, it does. Perfect. Okay, you're going to have a mirror. Mirror is on the Y. Whoa. Calm down. Give you rotation. Hello? Why'd you say no? What was that about? Don't give me a cheeky smile. I don't know what that means. GY. We'll do a little bit of GY. We'll set the clipping distance high because I don't care. What's that going to change? All right. We're getting mysterious today. I don't know what that means, but sure. You can have it. There we go. We got a book. That's a quote-unquote book. I'll go ahead and do the boundaries real quick. We're going to do just like max width clipping. So clamp overlap. Get them close. That's my book. Done. Now, it's not a book per se, but that's going to come into effect later. We're going to get to that. At the time being, that's what it looks like. Now I have to think. Now I have to really think and make this work, because we got to do something very fancy with this. We got a goose in chat. Little goose. Oh, I'm missing one. There it is. Okay, make it work. Make it work. I'm freaking out just a little bit. I have a feeling this isn't going to work, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to be very disappointed. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful we're going to make this work, and I'm going to be set, and this is going to be the most beautiful piece I've ever made in my entire life, and I'm going to release it, and everybody in the world is going to say, wait a second, you're actually good, and that's how my life's going to go. So it all comes down to this moment. This is the most pressure I've ever had. Also, for anybody that's taking me seriously, I'm completely joking. I definitely do not feel pressure right now. Okay, let's go ahead and add this. This is going to be called Books. Why not? You got this. Make it work. I feel strong today? What does that mean? What does strong mean? Also, I'm feeling hot today. So, jacket comes off. You get to see my big old noodly arms. Moment of truth. Please work. Please work. You need to work. I don't know what symbol I just made. I hope it wasn't offensive. Books. Wait, what? Hey, okay, we got it. We got some books. They're here. They're crazy. Object rotation is going to matter. Kind of. Yeah, you know, it's a bookshelf. Prompt, never have I found myself looking at something this enigmatic before. Boy, I hate to apologize to you. I have to Google what enigmatic means. I want to say enigmatic means thought-provoking, but I don't know exactly what that means. So I'm going to Google it. Make sure I'm not losing frames. Okay, my internet is broken. Difficult to interpret or understand, mysterious. Never have I found myself looking at something this enigmatic before. Okay, I'm going to write a prompt about that. I had PE today, and I think I am on the top. I love the differences of energy. That makes it. Not what I wanted. Reminds you of your flat? I'd love to hear what that means. That doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, just the click of a button. Get rid of it. Okay. Dimitri went up the lighthouse each and every day. His job was simple: turn the bulb on, polish its cylinder, make sure it was running as normal, and then he could spend the rest of his day reading as he preferred. Every single day, day in, day out, he went up and down this lighthouse. One day, he went to the top of the lighthouse, looked out over the land and what was before him. But the sky had become the ground, and the ground remained the same. The world mirrored on two axes, and his job became that much more complicated. That's the enigmatic tale of Dimitri the Lighthouse Keeper. All right, so I don't know how to make the books work correctly. Did I what? I did just make that up. I read a lot of SCP articles. I got the funk for it. Boy, this is not turning out well, is it? Have you heard this story before, or is it just the product of your fantasy? I mean, it's just like a bunch of random elements I put together. It's nothing like crazy. It won't show. Yeah, SCP stories are great for writer's block. How do I make it not this? Let's do 12. That doesn't work at all. I mean, I think about this stuff a lot. If I'm being very honest with you, I think about this stuff a lot. Okay, I have a new idea. New idea. I'm learning actually how to do this on the spot. So if it seems like I don't know what I'm doing, it's because I don't know what I'm doing. I really have no clue what I'm doing, which is the fun of it. Which is I'm enjoying not knowing what I'm doing. But I would like to start knowing what I'm doing. I found a thing about how to do it, kind of. I would be in your debt to know how that works. Very good idea. I love watching people learn. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to learn how to do it together. Yes, please. Lithindra. Lithindra, your thing that you posted about how to do flat sculpts was super nice. I didn't totally understand it at first, but I learned a lot, and I realized there's a whole element of Blender that I've never even done before. The whole, like, drawing curves in Sculpt. Post it in general, I appreciate it. If it's a video with sound, I'm going to have a hard time doing it on stream. But let me do this first. I want to see if my solution works first. Book spots. Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to remove you. We're going to grab that. We're going to assign. It's vertex, right? So it'll do that. Deselect, select. Perfect. Now we go back to object. We go back to hair. We go back to vertex groups. Book spots. Show. What? How are you starting up here? I set... Not a video? Very appreciated. Why doesn't that work? Why doesn't that work? Just thinking. Why wouldn't that work? Why would this not work, what I just did? I set it to only spawn right here, and object rotation and scale are checked, so it should set the object of origin there. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Something's not right. What's it emitting from? It's emitting from single vertexes here, and the original object is inside right there. I don't get it. This looks perfect. Thank you. I hate that you've said it, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Okay, let's check out your tutorial. Bookshelf drivers. Possibly add subtracts using drivers? Ooh, drivers are tough. Gotta lurk again? That's okay. You go lurk. Change to emitter instead of hair. Okay, yep. Make sure everything worked. It's very wild books, for sure. I'm gonna look at it. It's just gonna be a lot. Okay, you can use particle system to emit the books from vertices. Here we go. We're gonna read together. The emitter is a subdivided plane, the origin of the book group, blah, 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 set to the bottom of the book. Emit from verts. Uncheck random from emit from. Random. Okay. This is an old version of Blender, just to set that right. Group, pick random, random. Okay, so let's go back to you. Select. Everything's been selected. Don't go near the wild books. They got sharp pages and we'll give you a cut. They don't have any pages. They're going to be very mysterious objects. Why doesn't this work? This seems like it should work based on what we're looking at. Oh, it worked. Oh, how did that work? How did that work? We got it. It's working. It works. It works. It works. It works. It works. All right, here we go. I don't know why it worked all of a sudden, but now it works. Lithindra, you did something. Here we go. So we're going to do RY by 90. It doesn't matter which direction. And then we're going to do RZ by 90. That's it. It worked. It worked. What on earth? It worked. That is so cool. Okay. I don't understand why it started working, but I'll take it. You have a really bad horror movie idea? I would love to hear it. I love bad horror. Oh, it works. Okay, now is it going to work on the rest of them? Real question. Is it going to work on the rest of them? Please. Please work. No. Oh, it does. It does work on the rest of them. It's just random in its associations. That is crazy. Oh, dude. What? Look at this. Okay. Yep. Let's go. 5,000. Wait. You offer me an array. I offer you no more emitters. Why did that happen? Copy. We're going to keep you as get rid of books. I don't care about books. We're going to keep you as bookshelf backup. We can remove you from both this and the render. Now we have the bookshelves with the books attached to them. Correct. The books here messed up. Correct. Cool. Now we go into here. We're going to apply all of our arrays. We're going to say, please just work. Now, what on earth is going on here? Okay, that's random. That's random order for sure. Please don't mess up. Please don't mess everything up. We've done it! Oh, Lathindra, you lifesaver. Look at that. Look how many books we got. We've done it. We've done it here first, folks. I don't want to be in a dark, dank room anymore. I'm going to turn my lights on. Let there be lights. That is pretty classy looking. It's a door, but that one door can switch places around the world, but if somebody walks through the door will close so hard that it kills you. What? Needs more books, it seems. I agree with you. CQDK. There's a lot to unpack with that one. What are you talking about? All right, let's go ahead and put the number of books. I don't think I can use children, right? How tall are the bookshelves? I'm going to make a person for scale in just a little bit. Here's an idea. Will this work? Children. Interpolated. 5,000. Oh, it's so close to working, but it doesn't work. Okay, nope, no children. How many layers? You mean how many boys are there? I think it's 36. There's 36 rows per guy. Thinking that's the number of books. It's a little over twice as many as we had before. We're gonna break our computer is what we're gonna do. That's good looking. You know what? I want to rethink this. Where's the camera? want to rethink this just a little bit. 1440 books can fit on each shelf. Got it. Appreciate you doing the math. We're going to delete 2 of these guys. I think we can afford to. And we're going to need all the computational power we can get on this one. This one's going to spiral out of control pretty quick. Can you see any difference? No, you can't. I'm going to do 2 more. Two more go. We look. Can you see any difference? No, you can't. I think we're at roughly the bounds that I would call comfortable. But there's a part of me that says, let's go further. So let's go further. Why not? We always tempt fate. Why not? There can only be 4 giant books on the shelves. What are you talking about? Dare I say we can delete 2 more? Dare I can say that's all we need to show. I thought we were going to have to do like infinite bookcases as far as the eye could see, but actually, no, we need 1. Whoops. We goofed it. Just you. Just you can go. Now it looks perfect. Yeah, that's as much as we have to worry about quantifying. Hey, not bad. Body beady. Body bee. Okay, now it should be way too many books. Oh, a good amount of books. I'm pleased. I'm pretty pleased with this. This works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're now down to 6, which doesn't work. We can remove a couple of vertices, honestly. Let's go ahead and copy this as well. This will be supports. That's not what I wanted to do. Also, I need to get back to my Blender setup. Supports backup. Get rid of you. You're going to be called supports, obviously. We'll go ahead and apply all of this. Go top down. There we go. That'll do. 3, 4, 5, 6, 0 equals all shelves full on the new calculation, right? The new setup that we have right here. I mean, why not? Let's go for it. I'm going to save real quick before my Blender crashes, but if you say it's true, let's try it. I'd love to test your math. I love math. If it goes over, we won't be able to confirm that you're right or not, but I'm okay with that. We're just living. It's gonna really think about it. No, not correct. Unless it's repeating certain bookshelves, which it might be doing, honestly. Let's turn off random order. We can see how close we are to getting there. What's way too many books? I don't think it's way too many books. No, it's correct. You're right. It just repeats on certain shelves, which is annoying. We're gonna do some stretches. Everyone's gonna stretch with me. So if we're repeating books, I'm already not gonna worry about it. We're gonna do this many books. And I'm going to go out of my way to lower the resolution of the book, because that's going to take a little bit of processing power off of this for us. Also, I need to reduce some of my polygons. Yeah, it's overlapping books, which I hope isn't going to show up in the final render because that'll be a problem. I will be displeased if it does it. Okay, so let's go ahead and edit you. What? What was that? Hey, I should have done this before I applied the array, shouldn't I have? Whoops. Alright, we officially don't need any of this. This is all useless to us. So let's go ahead and kill as many polys as we can. I could probably also really cut down on the polys in between shelves, but I'm not going to think too hard about it because that was part of the array, and to undo it is going to be almost impossible. So we're not going to think too hard about that. But it is a thing that I could do if I was really trying to optimize for a game or something. Okay, did that ruin anything? Boy, this is... It didn't ruin anything. It actually looks perfect. Cool. So now we just have this little top-down guy that we're not going to think too hard about. We're starting to remove the movie magic. That looks good, though. That looks real good. We're in this. I can't wait to material it. The materials are going to make this thing beautiful. It's only been an hour, too. Holy cow. Lathindra, you're a lifesaver. Man. It's time for squats. Yeah. Get up and stretch. You know what I need to do right now? I'm going to do a back bend. I'm going to do a little back bend. I definitely cannot have the bunny ears while I do it. If you haven't done a back bend in a while, go do a back bend. It feels so nice. Oh, that's it. Oh, that kills you. You think if I sit down here long enough and talk, it'll make it feel like my cat's on stream? Nope, she came down to my level. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And a 10. Okay, I'm back. There's this one fight I was astonished by in Final Fantasy XIV where it looks like the arena tilts and you slide, but it's only the background that tilts. That's kind of cool. I love stuff like that. I know the game does not have very critical reception, but like the way Superliminal works, or even the way Portal works, is always like astonishing to me. I love those games. Okay, let's do a little bit of materialing. Thank you for the hydrate. It is time for materials. This is going to get out of control pretty quick, so let's all bear with it. Let's do a little SX. SX. You're going to get really close to the grain on this one. We're going to do a little bit of GY. Chaos is going for that lurk. Catch you on the other side. Cool. That should look just fine. Couldn't you get rid of the left corner ones? The shelves? I could. I kind of forgot that I wasn't using an array anymore. I was still in array logic. So you're right. I could do that. Should I? Probably. I could get rid of that the two right behind here as well, because it's just a straight shot. I'm not going to worry about it yet. We'll get there in a moment. You know what? Actually, maybe we should do it right now. You know what? I think you're onto something. Okay, so let's grab the bookshelves. Let's go ahead and copy them and make a oh no. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. We'll call this bookshelf backup Mark II. I don't think just because I'm lurking, I don't notice you ignore my hydration redeem. I just did. I just drank it. I drank right away. Somebody will vouch for me. All right. We got a sassy talk. So that should do that. This is so low geo that I probably don't care too much about it. I can get rid of those two and the corner. Corner and one in from the corner. Okay. No. No apologies needed. A little bit of sass does the body right. So it's you and it's you, correct? No. Okay, it's you. Let's actually get you. You and you. I want to say that's correct. Correct. So now we have just a very complete looking simple scene. I want to delete that one, but you actually do see a little bit of it. I can delete all of these guys. Everybody else you see slightly. Okay. Lithindra, you want to redo your math? You want to do some new math for us? That's class. That's class, baby. We got a lot of books. Let's go ahead and set this down a good amount. Should be a bit quicker to render. Oh, that's it. We've tricked it into every little bit that we can. That is cool. How many shelves are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 3, 3, 3. 12, yeah. 12 it is. Oh, I love it. I like this a lot. This looks good. So we're going to keep that up just as it is. The supports are going to stay as they are. 17280. That's pretty nice. I'm going to say we're set. I'm going to say we have more than enough books. We have almost full shelves in some places. So that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Cool. Okay, let's carry on. So, what do we want to do? We want to go to shaders. Want to go to camera. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. That looks really nice, actually. It's got a bit of a hard line right here, but I'm going to not think about it. A little bit of bump and we'll take care of that. Yeah, we're looking pretty class here. So I'm going to use some pre-made textures to begin with, but we're going to switch to not pre-made textures eventually. The goal is to get everything handmade, but I just need to start with stuff so I can see what I'm working with. It's going to be a little difficult at first. Please don't kill my computer. Ooh, that looks bad. Ooh, it does not like rendering this. Okay, the mahogany is a pass for me. It's a real pass for me, dog. I might steal a texture from something else. So I think what I want to do is grab you. Give it a fancy sort of vibe. Maybe grab you and make you a little bit more on the red side. Take that, drop that down just a little bit. The noise can be distorted just a little bit less. The detail work is high. That's good. Yeah, let's do like a 0.8. I'm gonna redo that. I don't love the way that looks. That's a little too boring for me. A little too simple. A little too on the nose. So let's do that last. We might even do like a metal or a marble sort of look, I think. But we'll do the books first. So these are going to be called tablets. Marble bookshelves? Yeah, why not? I don't know. This is a weird place. Wait till you see that we haven't even gotten to the main piece of the puzzle yet. There's still a lot left to be decided on this thing. Transmission roughness of 0.2, the actual roughness of 0.3, so they're glass. They're going to be really glassy looking. Specular basically doesn't matter, so let's not calculate for it. Clear coat, obviously, sheen clearly. Okay. Am I going to be a broken record? You bet. There's a very particular look that I'm going for here. I can picture what it looks like. I have no idea how it's made, so I'm going to guess a little bit. But we're going for it. You gave me a lot of inspiration? Hey, no worries at all. Keep on writing. Keep on doing cool stuff. That's all life's about. Life's about staying on top of that stuff. That is pretty much exactly what I want it to look like. I should go now, though. I am seriously tired. Have a wonderful rest of stream. Of course, enjoy your night. Get some good sleep. We'll catch you around. Okay, let's do a little bit of layer weight. Facing. Should I have done that differently? Should I have done this differently? I don't know. Nope, not what I wanted. 0.025, thank you. Okay, something's wrong with the way this looks. It's too blocky. There's something bad about it. Hey, what's up, Simo? How you doing? This is gonna make them all the same, right? Yes, it does. It makes them all exactly the same. So we want some weird variation on here somehow. Long day? What was so long about the day? What gotcha? Okay, so if I do any sort of texture coordinates, it randomizes. So we don't want that. We want everything to be a little bit more on its own, and we hate that little bit. Man, this is tough. This one's gonna be hard. The problem is they're all doing their own thing. Woke up at 5, went to work, trained where a man with the heaviest Chinese accent told us useless things. Boy, don't you love that. I'm just thinking for just a moment how I'm going to do this. Because I have a clue, but it's a little complicated. We're going to get real complicated here. I'm going to push myself to the edge of what I understand about nodes. And if it goes bad, I'm going to say we gave it a fair try. I'm going to say we gave it a real fair try if it goes bad. I have a pretty interesting idea that I want to explore, and that's all it comes down to, is I just want to explore something. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to push this in. Forgot my ID into another city, so I had to travel back and forth just to arrive at my hotel. You're staying at a hotel? My man's big living out here. You're going to a party tomorrow? Simo, you're living the life. I'm very jealous of you. You got cool things going on. I'm sure it's like whatever, because you have to deal with it and it's life, but it's pretty cool, man. Doing some cool stuff. You're an inspiration. Okay, here's where we do it. Here's where I'm going to just do the best I can. Will this work? It totally works. We have some flat lines that I do not like because the texture quality is too low because of how few vertices we have, which is actually the most annoying thing on earth. Oh, don't make me subdivide. Don't make me subdivide the book. I don't want to do it. I don't want that to be the world I live in. I don't want to subdivide this book. You know what? We're going to take a break on the book. Take a break on the book. Ignore the book for now. What am I making? We are making a futuristic library, like Magitech sort of library. And these are little tablets. There's still more. There's more to the ingredient. We're not there yet. You know what? When you say geonodes, that actually makes a lot of sense. When you say geonodes, that actually makes a lot of sense suddenly in my mind. Boy, that would have made things a lot easier, wouldn't it have? Yeah, oh well. I'm not very good with geonodes, but yeah, it would have helped a lot to do geonodes, I'm thinking now. Okay, so you can't bevel them for some reason, which is interesting. Why is that? Okay, well, we have the start of something here. Part of me thinks I should do chrome. Like a really nice, bright, bluish sort of chrome. Let's do that for now. Let's do that for now. Okay, so now the ground. Bada buddy beady beady beep beady bada buddy bead up beady bada beady bee bada 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 bada. We got a brick texture, nice and easy. We're gonna put ourselves in a. Let's just see it first. I need to see what I'm doing. Bada-bada-bee-dee. Wouldn't you know it, he's gonna put in another magic texture, as if he didn't get enough on the first one. Whoa, that is not what I want. Yeah, it's a little too nutty for me. Fun fact, sticking a texture node into a texture node gives you lots of weird results. I mean, if you want the classic one, here, I'm not going to delete that, but if you want the classic one, you get yourself a magic texture, and you set the distortion just a little bit higher, and you grab yourself a Voronoi, and you stick the distance, I think, straight in, and you get the crazy one. You get the one. You can make crazy Evangelion looking stuff. That's the classic double texture. Makes my eyes hurt a little bit now that I've taken it off. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do vector once again. Back at it again. I'm going to grab my 3D glasses, the red-blue ones. Yeah, that's what you'll need to see this. This is going to get out of control. Oh, I don't want it to be so crazy looking. I kind of want the scale to transform naturally. Which it's not going to do. I know. Boy, that's too small for me. That's way too small for me. Hello. Ba-dum-ba. You kind of like the swirls, though? I love the magic texture. Magic texture is so nice. It's such a fun little guy. There's a part of me that thinks I've done it kind of bad, though. Instead of a magic texture, let's switch over to a wave. A wave can give us roughly the same effect as a magic texture. I might argue that you could do without one or the other, which 100% would be the magic texture that's getting removed. But, hey, what do I know? What do I know about anything? Bum, ba-dum, ba-da. No, give me the bricks. I want the bricks inside of here. Boo-doo-doo-doo. There we go. That's roughly what I'm looking for. Give me bricks. No, please. Did the magic texture actually work better? I'm thinking it did. So now I'm like, what am I going to do here? Instead of magic, let's try a Voronoi. I always use distance. I hate the rest of these two. Color and position always give you the weirdest things. So here is our classic setup. We're going to move away from the classics and switch to smooth to F1, and hopefully we get something bricky. Oh, please. It has to be a magic. It has to be a magic texture. I didn't want it to be a magic texture, but it has to be a magic texture. Normally, when you run into problems with double textures, what you want to do is replace the order in which they go in, because it's always the opposite of what you think it is. But since it's a brick texture, I'm stuck. With a brick texture, I can't just flip around to the back of it. It doesn't work that way. You can't just be random with a brick texture. So I am a little bit stuck with the way that it wants me to do it, which is a shame. So what I will do is I will add a noise texture to further complicate things. So we have now 3 textures being plugged into one another. We're going to go deep into object settings. And we're going to scale this all the way down to nothing. Oh, it looks great. Oh, it actually looks so nice. Okay, let's take you down to the noise as well. That is it. Is this too crazy? Is this too nuts? You tell me. Okay, we have something. I kind of hate it. I think what I want to do is take the mortar and make the mortar really small. Hello? Well, that doesn't help. 0.01, I guess, has to do it. Has to be as small as it can go. Boy, I don't like the way this looks. This is not what I wanted. No, I'm trying to make the bricks do weird, funky patterns. All right, I'm going to make my own brick. Oh, I don't want to do this. Oh well, it's what I have to do. I'm going to make my own brick. I should have known I was going to have to do it the hard way. I didn't want to do it the hard way, but we're going to do it the hard way. It's probably going to take no time at all, and I probably did all that for nothing, but oh well. Bum bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba. Boo boo doo boo doo boo da ba ba da ba da ba da ba da da ba bee da bee dee bee dee bee dee. All right, this thing is absolutely massive. We need to make it really small. There we go. Now we're going to go ahead and throw in one color ramp. We got the heist. Make sure to spell heist. Yeah, there you go. Otherwise, you're not going to make it in. Okay, that should do it. So now I'm going to set you to Y. We should have bricks. Let's do overlay instead of that. You're sleep deprived, leave you alone? All right, fair enough. Fair enough. No sleep.
No sleep.
Hey, T1 for once. I have a feeling we want to reverse these colors. Will this even work? Will this even make sense? Oh, it works. Perfect, it works. I think that heist just saved our friendship. Wow. Who would have thought it all comes down to this? Body beady 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 bum 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 beady 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 beady. Why is it not doing anything? Okay, sure. Well, that's how we'll do it. 0.05. Heists are serious business. True? True enough, I guess. You take your serotonin wherever it comes. Body beady beady dum body ba-dum Okay, that's going to be the size of each brick, and now I'm going to add a little bit of distortion with no roughness. So let's do 12. We'll do the exact same thing to you. So now it's just a matter of tuning it to get it right. So let's do 5 and 5. And I see repeating patterns, which I don't love. Man, how many squats am I going to do today? Jeez. Does that matter? Do I care? I think I don't care that much. Yeah, always the love. Okay, let's go ahead and add one more mix RGB right here. And one of these will be white and one of these will be black. And we will pop you in, and it should be exactly what we want. Correct. I hate those little orbs. Why are they there? Bum ba dum bum. Do 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 da. That's what I should have done earlier. Whoops. That's how you make barbed wire, apparently. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Cool. Okay, let's grab the white. Set it to 0.02. Just to get that kind of prominent looking. That is solid. You're going to prove your top energy? Oh, you know what? What I did not mean to do is bring the top conversation into my chat, but I guess we're here now. I guess I've cursed myself. You know, every 3D modeler is obsessed with whether they're a top or not. That's like the curse of being a 3D modeler. Right, Simo? It's whether you're a top or not. You did start it. I mean, I didn't start it. Ratlord started it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and throw on a bump down here, and we're going to go up and do some stretches. Simo has top energy. Why not both? Simo has top energy. That's a sentence. That's a great sentence. That's a grade A sentence. Simo, you have top energy. It's a good sentence. Okay, cool. We have that now. I know I'm supposed to be doing squats. I'm just, my brain is going a million miles per hour and I have to make use of it because every time I do squats, I have a reset. My brain stops working after squats. You would say maybe I should remove squats from the menu, but if I don't, my life will be less healthy. So instead, the compromise is to freak out and pretend like I don't remember doing squats for a couple of minutes. I will be doing squats, I promise. I just have to do this first. Do them at a healthy time for you? That is not the response I thought I was going to get, so I appreciate that. I kind of wish it went a little further up here. Oh well, from a distance you're not going to see it anyway. So we'll do that. Maybe I'll plug object into it. That's actually a really bad idea. Don't do that. And now I'm going to add one more Musgrave right here. This one's going to get a color ramp attached to it so I can get those little speckly bits. And then I have to do color. I am a fair top. The energy on this stream. The energy on this stream is too much. Where are we? Bum ba da buddy. Bum 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 buddy be dee be dee da dee dee da do dee 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 da dum bum 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 ba da dee da dum ba dee dum bum bum dip dip da ba dee be dee 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 Hello? Not sure I understand what's going on here. It's very subtle. It's a very subtle effect, but I guess we'll keep it like that. And looking at that, I want to lower this distortion down just a little bit. Just so we can have kind of something that looks a little silly, but not... No. No, you want deliberacy. How bad is that gonna look? I'm wincing. It looks bad. Okay. Do I love the way this looks? I don't know. I don't think I love the way this looks, but it's fine. It gets its job done. Alright, time for some squats. Then we gotta color it. Bum, bum, bum. That part of this song drives me nuts. It goes like way too fast. I don't know. It's like they misrecorded it or something. I don't know. I don't know why it sounds like that. I've looked up all the versions. It's on that in all the versions. Maybe it's deliberate. I don't know. Ooh, okay. I just remembered I'm making burritos tonight, and I am now just thinking about burritos. I'm very in on it. I'm very excited to be making burritos tonight. So shout out to all my burritos. Yeah, I'm gonna kill a burrito tonight. What are you gonna put in them? It's going to be rice, beans, lemon garlic, avocado, and spinach, I think. Boy, I don't like the way that looks. There we go. That looks a bit better. I'm gonna go to sleep. Have a nice stream. Hey, Simo, thanks for stopping by. You have yourself a nice little sleep. Yeah, I go kind of hard for burritos, if I'm being perfectly honest. Why is it doing this? Why isn't it not just everywhere? I kind of want this just to be everywhere. Boy, my computer is not pleased about rendering all of this. Gain. Okay, I've never done any of this. This is some new stuff for me. We should be practicing with this. Let's do a little bit of practice. What is this? What on earth is all of this? I've never seen any of this. I hate to say a noise might work. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want. That is literally perfect. Cool. Done. Problem solved. Wow, that looks really good, actually. Body bee. That looks really cool. That looks really cool. Yo, I never knew this existed. This is the best Musgrave I've seen. With these weird little circle patterns, it looks like the surface of the moon. I know how to make craters all of a sudden. You have to use ridge multifactorial. With high gain. Yeah, it's just craters. It just makes moon craters. Interesting. That's a nice look. Okay, so now let's get these colors tiered. When you think about marble, there is always this color. Right there. There's that color. There is like a squig of... There is a weird squig of this golden color. Ba beady 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 ba dee 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 dee. That is not what it looks like. It's like that more than anything. That looks really bad. 0.005. Get those guys looking as small as humanly possible. I don't like the way they look. So now we're going to take these guys and drop them way down. In fact, I'll make them dark. And now I got to take this whole thing and make it just a little bit more dark. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like it. It looks too weird. Something's weird about it. Something's not right here. We'll go ahead and grab ourselves a color ramp. We'll toss the lighten into a color ramp, and we're going to turn off the roughness for this black channel in the grooves. So we're going to make that really rough, and everything else is going to be really, really reflective. That should be solid. Yeah, looks just about perfect there. Is that how we want to do it? Pretty much. Let's grab you. I'm debating now. I'm thinking we should do this guy instead, because this guy has all the textures. Okay, I haven't done like the final piece yet. I still need to like calm down and like make sure I do the final piece, because there's more to be done here. And I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I'm starting to get a little tired. So I need to chill and remember to do the final bit of this. So we'll set you to like 0.1. I don't love the way it looks, but we'll get back to this in just a moment. Want a Pokemon break? Pokemon break might be nice. Let's do a little bit of Pokemon. Let me put the bookshelves back. Let's put the books on. Let's put the supports on. Yeah, I think it looks bad. Actually. I think it looks bad. I think we should do regular tiles. Did we just come full circle just to do all this? Maybe we did. 0.02. .02. Do we just come full circle just to make all this work? I think we did. I think it's okay, though. And then we're just going to take this and drop that distance down quite a bit to give us something that looks interesting but isn't crazy on the eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting. I just... My brain refuses to let it go. I'm in that, like, grind set right now. Okay. Let's call that... That actually looks pretty nice. That is a pretty solid looking boy right there. So I think I can live with this. I might even go 0.005. Oh, that's it. That's pretty classy looking. Okay. All right. We're back. Let's hit up some Pokemon Showdown. All right, I am on a bit of a redemption arc here. I need to come back. I have lost 3 games in a row. I'm logged in, don't worry. I've lost 3 games in a row. I'm not losing this one. This is the one I win. Might be better if there's no mortar between the tiles. Maybe I'll just do a checker pattern. Hey, look who's here. Let's do it. All right. Silvally, you did teach me everything I know. I'm such a good teacher. Oh, you're a ghost. You're scary. Ghosts are scary. Ghosts are weird, because ghosts either die in one hit or they kill you in one hit. That's all they do. Ghosts are real scary. Fun fact, Silvally, if you don't know, is a Pokemon that was designed to be like Arceus, and it can take discs that Arceus uses and change its type just like Arceus does. So this is the fake Arceus Pokemon. How many times am I going to say Arceus? Arceus. All right, let's do this thing. Whoa. Why did you not lose your disc? You only know Gen 1? That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Why didn't knockoff work on you? That was weird. Okay. Oh. What a weird team. What a weird team. What is this team? What on earth is my team right now? I'm screwed. I have the worst team. My team is not composed at all. We're gonna clutch it. I'm not gonna play pretty the way that I've been playing lately. I'm gonna play very straight. But man, my team is weird. I guess that's the big gamble of random, right? You just get random teams. All right, send out your steel type. I gotta move for your steel type. Oh, Unburden is actually amazing. What a good ability. Slurpuff's actually kind of amazing when you really think about it. It's not a great Pokemon on the surface, but under the surface, it's a pretty good guy. I don't love that. Okay, we're just gonna go for it. Oh, good. I missed. With a 90% accuracy, I missed. Let's do it again. At least your attack is down. I mean, you don't even use attack, so it doesn't matter. But your attack is down. We're going for it. We're going for it. We're doing it. This is it. This is the best chance I got. Fingers crossed. Boy, I'm getting trounced. This is going to be a bad match. Oh. Okay. We're set. This is comeback. This is comeback territory right here. I got a very scary Victini. Ready to wreck house. We're set. Let's do this thing. Look at this little boy. He's got wings on his butt. Imagine being born this way. You got wings on your butt. How are you ever going to sit in a chair? Wings are sensitive. They're hollow. He has hollow bones. What a poor boy. His ears also meet at a perfect point at the back of his head, which is just like, what happened to you? Like, what did they do to you? Ooh, a big Sableye. That is scary. Do you still have Prankster? I'm almost guaranteed you have Prankster. Don't like that. Okay, we got this. Let's make this work. Make this work. Get that advantage. We need that advantage. This is it. Oh, Prankster. Prankster over here. Well, say goodbye. This is where you would use Toxic if you have Toxic. Oh, so annoying. Thank goodness. This is it. Come back. Come back, come back, come back. This is it. Oh, what an annoying boy. Okay. We're playing for setup. we're going to be completely tied on the end of this. So might as well play for setup. You're nasty plotting? You're crazy. You're crazy. That's nuts. Okay, let's do this. This is a full refresh. We're just guessing what the other person's going to put out. Oh, we went for the same guy. Ninjask is one of the most useless Pokemon because his speed stat is 300, and yet his ability makes him faster every turn. Why? What's the use? What's the use in this? Why did I lose my item? Oh no, you have a choice band on. Yeah, you're stuck. Alright, Buzzswole, my baby. I like Buzzswole. Buzzswole's cool. When Buzzswole first came out, I was sort of like, he's kind of obvious. But now I'm like, he does it. He's cool. Hello, ma'am? Hello? Buddy. Buddy beady beady beady. Buddy beady beady beady. Buddy beady beady beady. Destroyed. Alright. My confidence is renewed. GG's. GG's. Of course. Alright, let's get back to it. We're focused. And now that I'm focused, I know what I need to do. I've taken a moment. I've thought about it. We took a nice little refresh. I appreciate that very, very much. I'm going to copy this floor just so I can keep the old one. And we're going for it. We're going to get rid of all of this. Bitty 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 bum 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 bum. That actually doesn't look bad as is. It's like a kind of cool design already. But we're going to go one step further. Bum ba-dum buddy bum. Oh, let's not do that, actually. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and add a checker. Bum ba-dum buddy bum. How are we going to do this? Hold on, I have to think for just a moment. We have a Musgrave. We're going to make 2 of these. I'm going to plug both of them into a color ramp. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. We have to build a whole rig for this. Like that. And now I have to put 1 more of you in here. Like that. And we have to do 2 more color ramps. Okay. I think that looks correct to me. Now I have to do 2 bricks, and the bricks have to be identical. So we'll do a checker is what I mean. So we're going to do checker, checker. I have a petition to remove, oh no. Big Ben smashed by a giant spork. I'm not surprised about this at all. I'm not surprised by this at all. Big Ben being smashed by a giant spork. Okay. Yeah. No, sure. That sounds fine. That seems like exactly what I should be doing right now. There's a story behind this? Okay, I actually want to hear the story, so I'm prepared. Canonically, I'm very good at making clocks. That's kind of what I'm known for, is making really good clocks. Oh, look at that. My gamer tag is Panda with a spork. I love that. Okay, and now you need to be dropped to a different color. It looks so much better like this. This looks so much better. This is definitely how I should have done it to begin with. All right, what time is it? It is 4:18. It is 2:18 over there. How does that work? I'm not sure how the times got synced up so well, but let's go for it. My friend's name is Ben, and he's always insulting my name, and his name is Ben. His nickname is Big Ben in the friend group. Yeah, okay. I will make you a scuffed speed sketch, and you can show off to your friend Ben and tell him how much better you are than him. Absolutely. I am more than happy to participate in this. So, let's go ahead and make a new scene, because otherwise I will completely forget that I've done this. I can't believe you've done this. I've already lost my boy, so I'm going to do a little bit of a period. We're going to click you. We're going to hit a period. We're going to hit an isolate. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Welcome back. That's not what I want. What is going on? Let's do home. Thank you. What is happening? What was all that? That was weird. Okay, let's go ahead and save this as Spork v Big Ben. And I'll give myself like 10 minutes to do this. So, first things first, let's make a spork. Yeah, it's the Triforce. It's a Sapertsky triangle. Cube. Cube. We're gonna do a little bit of SY. What's happening? SY. SZ. What? Okay, I'm gonna close Blender. We're gonna open Blender back up again. I pressed something. I pressed some weird button. I turned off the ability to click things somehow. So we're just gonna go ahead and save this real quick. Oh, I just did it again, didn't I? I just did it. I just saw myself do it. Whatever it was, I just did it again. Hey, there it is. Selection to cursor, keep offset. Selection to cursor, select object. Yo, whatever. Whatever, I hope that doesn't affect anything. Let's go ahead and save this as BBSP. Okay. Now we're going for it. Cube. SY. Thank you for working correctly. SX. S. There. We'll go ahead and pop you out. Ba-dee-dee. Ba-dee-dee-dee-da-dee-dee. Bambi ba-ba-na-na. Body. There we go. That looks just about right to me. We'll go ahead and put a little guy here. Let's go ahead and inlay the front and the back. We got to apply scale first. There's a part of me that wants to sculpt this, but I know that's going to be the worst idea ever, so I'm not going to do it. But just know there is a part of me that wants to sculpt this. Okay, turn you off. Make sure we have straight lines going from the top and the bottom. And now we are going to go for it. So, you and you. I don't exactly remember what a spork looks like, so I'm kind of guessing. They just have holes, right? Like, that's just nothing? Like, all that is just, like, delete faces, and then we bring them back? Correct? That's what a spork looks like? Is that correct? Is that what a spork looks like? Yeah, they're spiky spoons, but I don't remember where the spikes go. You know what? You're right. It's a spiky spoon. Let's just do it the other way around. Yeah, let's do it the other way around. That's going to be a better idea. I'm with you there. Body beady beady dee body dee 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 wop waity do dee beady beady da ba da beady dee. I don't know if they have 3 spikes or 4 spikes, but to me they always have 3 spikes. That seems canon to me. So we'll go ahead and extrude along normals 1 time, 2 time, 3 time. And then we're going to grab the back halves of all of these. That'll do. That'll do, pig. They're right next to each other, which makes things kind of difficult for me. We're going to do SX, bring that in. Body beady beep beady da body beep beady beep beep beep. That looks like a spork to me. I'm going to call that a spork. That is it. Okay, looking at this, I think I want to grab both of you and both of you. Maybe the whole thing. And SX that in just a little bit. Now, we need to combine the back. Merge at center. Repeat. Repeat. We'll do the same to the front. Why not? What difference is it going to make? In fact, we'll do it to all of them. Yeah, it'll be just fine. Okay, now we go for it. Now we go for the big one. Is a spork. Is that what sporks look like? I don't know. It kind of looks awful in the worst way possible. If I were really trying to save myself some hassle, I think I would grab each of these points, divide them in half, grab you, do a little bit of GY to bring those back so that we can get some curves on here. Yeah, you're right. I'm such a perfectionist with things, even when it's supposed to be bad. Sure, that'll do. That's a fork. I will go ahead and grab you and drop you down. There we go. It's a little bit of a ramen spoon now. We're seeing through the looking glass just a little bit more than I think I would appreciate. So let's grab each of these and come forward. Oh, what is going on there? Why are there like holes in them? Hold on, I can't live with that. My brain does not want that to be a real thing. Oh, wait. You know what? This is fine. J. 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 Nope, nope, nope. J. 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 Very quick, go. Okay. Done. That looks pretty good. Perfect. Okay, we got a big old spoon. J draws a path between the 2 points you have selected using the shortest path possible. And if you have a face, it'll automatically divide the face instead of creating just a path by itself. So it's a good way to like force faces to be divided in half. Okay, let's make Big Ben. I'm going completely off of memory. I do not remember what Big Ben looks like. So I'm going entirely off of my own mind's eye. I'm going to say Big Ben looks like this. Okay. That's Big Ben, baby. What? That's not what I clicked. Oh, it is what I clicked. Okay. Weird. Merge at center. This is what it looks like. Okay, sure. If we're doing real scuffed stuff here, let's go ahead and inset these guys using scale. Let's do a little inset. Let's go ahead and push them in. Just enough so they talk to each other. That's definitely not what Big Ben looks like now that I'm really sitting here and looking at it, but too late. Okay, we'll divide that by 4 times. We'll divide this by 4 times, and we'll divide this by 4 times. You'll be honest? I'm ready. I have no idea what it looks like. Good. So we're in the same boat. So let's go ahead and loop tool circle that guy. Same thing. You just know it's a clock tower? I agree with you. That's all I know about it as well. Almost certainly that's not what it looks like, but I don't care anymore. I'm sick of pretending to care. Who said that? Someone said that. Some YouTuber a long time ago said that. Might be a Tanamojo thing. Shout out to Tanamojo. Bad person. All right, let's go ahead and do a little SX0. Repeat. SY0. Boom. I mean, that's a clock tower, right? Am I going to make this into an animation? Oh, you bet I am. You bet I am. I'm crazy. I shouldn't promise that before I actually do it, but I think I'm going to make it into an animation. And you can send it to your friend and brag all you want. You're nuts. That's the response I was looking for. All right, that's Big Ben, done. Okay, let's go ahead and throw on a clock face. Whew, we're going so fast, going so fast. I'm only gonna show. No, I'm gonna do the whole thing. Why not? I'm doing this. Oh, I don't want to do it like that. Yeah, I do want to do it like that. Okay. Copy V, GZ. Thank you, Windows, for telling me that there is an update on the Windows Defender. I don't use it anyway. I have my own antivirus. I appreciate the offer, though. Okay, let's go ahead and do a little bit of local, because I should have done it before. Whoops. Normal. SZ. There we go. We're going to do a very simple something. Avast? No, I use Malwarebytes. It does its job. Okay, we're going to set... First off, we're going to join these guys together because they look terrible. I'm going to set the origin to the 3D cursor. I'm going to copy, and now I'm going to rotate on the Z-axis using global. And I should have done it perfect. Correct. Oh my god! Just tore my painting off the wall. What if I was sleeping under that? That's what you get for putting Christmas lights on a little tiny portrait of something. That's my fault. Okay, that's Big Ben. Done. We're gonna grab all of this, except for the cube, and we're going to join it together, and that is Clock Tower. This is gonna be called Spork. We're gonna smooth it out using a bunch of auto smooth junk. 65 sounds perfect. Hey, look at that. That actually looks bad. Why does that look like that? Let's do 45. Why is it doing that? Why are you being weird? Okay. Cool. Now we grab your spork. We're gonna make your spork huge. Okay. Now we're gonna put it up. Do I want to animate this? Is this even gonna work as an animation? Maybe, I don't know. That'll do, right there. Okay, let's set up a camera to look at this. Let's go ahead and view to 3D cursor, back up. Not what I wanted. View to camera. Let's get that like dread, like really tall shot. Okay, that's it. That is crazy looking. Boy, do I want to actually material this or do I want to animate it? I don't know. What we're gonna do is we're gonna throw a modifier on you. Where is it? What am I looking for? Explode. This is gonna be scuffed as can be. Cut edges. Nope. Okay, we gotta go to edit. I gotta grab the whole thing. I gotta make a vertex group, I guess. I don't remember how this works. Assign. Get out of here. Go back to here. Group. Doesn't work. Why not? Why don't you work? Explode. Why aren't you working? Why is it not working? What? That's sad. What's going on? That's not what I wanted to happen at all. I had such high hopes for you. You're supposed to explode. Okay, you know what? Tell you what, we're gonna do it the worst way I can possibly think to do it. So here we go. You asked for scuffed, you're getting scuffed. We're gonna go to 60. This guy is going to come down. GX just a little bit, and GZ down just a little bit. And I will set all of that. Okay, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad. I have to do this because I messed it up. Okay, we'll just delete you. Now. Oh, it looks bad. Oh, that's very funny. I actually love it. Okay, yeah, and we have to let it sit for just a moment at the end. We're gonna give it just a little bit of time to think right at the end. Oh, that's very funny. There you go. Okay. I got more in me. Let's go ahead and make an icosphere. Right there. Copy you, make one right here. Copy you, make one right here. Okay. We're gonna make you 0. Okay, you're also gonna be 0. You're also gonna be 0. Okay, now we're gonna have each of these icospheres. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So icosphere 2 is the first one that we want to go off. So I'm going to set it to 1, and now we're going to make it bigger. And I'm going to put it there, and then it's going to go here to 0. Okay, repeat the process. This one's going to be one of the last ones we do. So it'll be right here. It'll go to 4. And then it'll very quickly go away. And then we'll do the first one. So the first one's going to be pretty close. We'll do like right there. We'll send it to like 6. We'll make it huge. And then it'll dissolve a little bit slower than the other ones. There you go. Look how bad that looks. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's very good. It's very funny. Okay, well done, well done, well done. Let's give it some standard textures real fast. Spoon gets to be silver. Yeah, I'm kind of in love with this. I'm gonna give this just the simplest Fresnel I've ever given anything. So it'll be black to red, bright red, like that, a little orangey. It's got no specular whatsoever. This song, oh yeah, I love this song. It's a great game. It's from Crush, the game Crush. It's a really cool game. Is a nice one. It's a weird game. It's like Psychonauts. Your character gets put in this weird torture chamber thing. And you like go through these simulated environments, and it's like a platformer. I think it was for iPhone way back when. I want to say it's an iPhone game. Okay, perfect. Oh, it's for PSP. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's for PSP. Tell you what, we'll just make a very quick stone texture. Done. And then I'm going to grab you. I'm only going to color 2 of these guys because there's only 2 of them that matter. So all of this is going to be assigned to slot 2. Assign. We're going to turn you into stained glass because that makes sense to me for some reason. And then we'll grab around these little guys. And we'll go ahead and assign you as something, and that something will probably be gold. Let's make cosine pearls. Why not? I don't care. Doesn't matter at this point. Perfect. There you go. There's your animation. How long did that take? 15 minutes? Was it 15 minutes? Did I just do that in 15 minutes? I can live with 15 minutes. All right, I'll render that later. Cool. Well, there you go. There's your Big Ben being squashed. The only thing I want to add... Whoa, hello. The only thing I want to add is I think this guy needs a brick texture. Let's give him just the worst looking brick texture you can. That's a bad looking brick texture if you ask me. Go ahead and scale that up to a huge size, and we'll say that's it. Done. Scuffed. Real scuffed. Done. All right, I'm done. Back to the library. Not bad. I'm pretty pleased with that. I'm also really pleased with this marble floor now. That's so much better than what we were doing before. This is so much better looking. So let's put the supports back in. Let's go ahead and go back to the bookshelves. The supports should be copper now that I'm seeing the color profile. They can be light, kind of like pewtery copper, but they need to be that color. That's 100% their color. The books I hate. They're so bad looking, but we'll get back to that eventually. Okay, let's make a robot. So, whoa, not what I wanted. we go. Much better. Done. Okay, we're here. It is great energy. Thank you. Body, body, bum, bum, beady, body, bum, body, bee. I'm gonna call this bot. We're gonna go ahead and go for the bot. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a cylinder. Boy, I don't know how much energy I have left in the tank. I think I overthought this project just a little too much. I'm gonna give it a solid shot though. Let's go 28. Let's go SZ, make it a little bit bigger. Right about there. Bum buddy. Body beep beady. Don't push yourself too hard. I'm okay. I'm doing just fine. Here we go. That'll do. That'll do, pig. I don't know why I'm obsessed with that quote for some reason. Sometimes you just get like a weird quote imparted on your mind, and that one's for me. Okay, that's gonna be him. Let's go ahead and push down using connected with a sphere. Theoretically, I should be able to just get these guys closer together. Do do da dee dee da dee da dee dee ba. Let's go ahead and add ourselves a UV sphere. Does the length or anything matter? Do I care? No. No, I don't. No, I do not care. That looks perfect. That looks perfect right there. Cool. We're gonna grab you. We're gonna mirror you across the cylinder on the z-axis. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so now we come back to you. We're gonna go ahead and throw... Oh, I messed up. We goofed it. We goofed it. Hey, what's up, Beryl? How you doing? I am okay. I am just making some crazy stuff, is what, as per the norm. What else is new? Do a little SX0. Nope, I don't want that. SX0. Yes, yes, do it. Correct. GX, bring it in. Bada body bee dee 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 da da. Okay, that should do it. That looks mighty fine to me. I might go ahead and just throw a little bit of a bevel on here, just to make it look a little bit more true to form. My little bro is COVID positive, so my day was a bloody mess. That's sad. What happened? Did you have to like stop what you're doing and go take him to like a doctor or something, or how did all that work out? Like what happened? That'll do just fine. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do something weird. Sphere, cut that. We'll go do a little bit of RY by 90 degrees. Oh, what a song. Do you love me? 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 Are you oh-knowing at the song? It's such a good song. It's such a bop. Oh, you're saying oh no to Barrel. Yeah, I mean, that's probably more worthy of saying oh no to. Fair, very fair. So here's the question. Okay. Do you love chat? Depends on the day. Depends on the day. Tell you what, if you succeed at this heist, I love everybody in chat. If you do this, I love everybody in chat. It's very funny that you decided to do question of the day today. It's very funny that you did that, because I just took it away because nobody ever does it. I just took it away. Today. Literally today, right before stream, I took it away because nobody ever does it. I've had the same question of the day, I think, for all of November. You just never notice when I do? Do you? I don't think I've ever seen you do it. And it's fine. It's okay. Not everything has to work. Alright, if you want it that bad, I'll give it back. It's fine, I don't mind. Okay, we got a little robot boy. A little man. Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna grab the bottom and we're going to extrude out just a little bit. I was visiting over the weekend and now I'm back at my parents' house. I'm tired. By the way, he is fine. Only had like flu-like symptoms for 2 days and is completely normal now. Oh, okay. Is that how COVID works? I didn't think it worked that way. I thought you were like out. I thought it like would kill people. Okay, I guess I don't love everybody in chat. Sorry. Sorry, folks. You had your chance. Okay, let's go ahead and extrude in. There we go. That is a little antenna. That's how he talks to the mother brain. There he is. You know what? I ban tea. No more tea. You can't drink tea anymore. That includes martinis. Because they're just tea in disguise. Body. Ba 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 bee. Something's wrong right there. Why is there a seam here? What is that? I try to say a full sentence without using the T. You can't even use the word letter T. I can speak on my own skills. It was close. I almost had a sensible sentence and then I lost it at the end. I was very close to making that work. Ba 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 bee, body beady beady beady. Body beady beady, body beady beady bee. Body beady beady, body beady beady bee. I love flowers. There's a silent T in there. Sorry. There we go. We got rid of him. That mouth looks a little weird. Bum-beady. Body beady beady beady. Nope, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You're gonna duplex me? Okay. I am prepared. I want to say that looks what I'm going for. Making such phrase is no challenge. Making such a phrase is no challenge. Works just as well. Making such a phrase takes no challenge. Okay, let's do this. This is going to be called Emerald, even though it's not going to be an emerald, but I'm going to call it an emerald because why not? Thank you for the hydrate. I'm almost out of water. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Let's go ahead and give it a little bit of a wave. I think this is going to work really well. We're going to want rings. We're going to want spherical. We're going to say, please work. Incorrect. Switch to object settings, and now it works. Oh, looks really cool. Cool, 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 cool. Love it. I'm in. That looks really insane. That looks crazy. How did I accidentally make a Voronoi? Oh, but the bottom looks normal. Why is that? Why is the top weird and the bottom is normal? Set origin to 3D cursor. Oh, what a shame. What a shame that is. That was so cool. Okay, tell you what. I'll just copy the top one and post it down. We're just going to do this one as is. As a whole unit. So, I'm going to want some greens. I'm going to want some yellows. We're going to want to take this and maybe up that transmission roughness just a little bit. Up that roughness a little bit. You can do it. I have 1 hour to complete 1.5 hour worth of schoolwork. Wish me luck. Good luck. Don't burn yourself out. I've been lurking through work. How goes the robot building? I'm trying to build this little guy. I don't know how I feel about him. He's a little weird. Bruda. Bruda is here. Meine Bruta ist hier. Wait, what? Why did that not work? I don't understand why it's doing this. I don't love the way it looks either. Man. I don't love the way that looks. Let's switch these two over. And set you to black. I'll do naps after work. It's going to be a nap kind of day. Nothing wrong with a little bit of napping. Gotta love a nap. I don't get many opportunities to nap, but I do like napping. Curl up, get a teddy bear. I don't really do the whole teddy bear thing, but I do like a nap. Okay, that's gonna be it, I think. That's interesting. Let's do that. Okay. Don't act too school for school, you bottom. Wow. I should have upgraded my old laptop from Windows to Linux a long time ago. Who was here the other day talking about Linux? There was somebody in chat who was like going off about Linux. Who was it? I don't remember. I don't think it was you, Beryl. I think I would have known if it was you. I thought it was a new person. I think that was a new person who jumped into chat, started talking about Linux a whole bunch. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing that we learned earlier because I'm obsessed and I can't be helped. We're gonna do the exact same Musgrave, and it's gonna be ridged multi-fractional. High detail, low dimension, lots of gain. Look at that. Look how nuts that looks. Look how good that looks. Wow. Okay, so I think I want to invert it. So I want it to be kind of bulbous. Yeah. And then we want to drop that strength quite a bit down. So it has this, like, weird vibe to it. If I put clear coat on top of that, doesn't that ruin the bump? No. It actually makes it look so nice. That's it. That's the look right there. Maybe darken it up just a little bit now that we have it here. I mean, that's a look. That's a look and a half. I use Linux on my work computer, but not my gaming. I don't think it was you that was going off in chat about it either. I don't remember. I don't remember who it was. It was fine. I'm not making fun of it or anything. I remember somebody like really talking about Linux for a long time. I want to say it was a new person. I want to say that they showed up very quickly. They started talking about it. And the moment we changed subjects, they just ditched. They were like, okay, we're done. Bye. Okay, so you remember that. Oh, look at it. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. We're going to call this Ruby, obviously. You do remember that conversation. Perfect. As long as I'm not crazy, that's all that matters to me. Ba 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 beady 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 ba da beady 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 ba da ba ba beady 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 ba da ba beady beady. What are we talking about? Linux. Somebody was in chat talking about Linux the other day. Could have been you. You're a candidate. Hey, wow, everyone's here. Hello, everyone. Also Pokemon. My Thanksgiving was okay. What did we eat? We went and got pizza and pasta. Pizza, pasta, put it in a box. Sorry, I'll chill. We got a bunch of pizza. Oh, that's the look. Oh, that's the look right there. Yeah, how you doing? Hashtag sing a song. That'd be a great command. That'd be a great command, and there's a part of me that really wants to accept that. No knowledge about Linux beyond it being an operating system? Okay, it ain't you. We'll get to the bottom of this one day. That'll do. Honestly, that'll do. You're going to see these guys in very quick little looks, so I'm not that worried about it. In fact, looking at this, I want to change the green to be blue. Everything wants me to update now that I need to work. I miss that not being a thing on Linux already. Yes. Man, Windows updates have been the bane of my existence lately. Also, I'm starting to think just no. Right? Like, that's cool. That's a perfectly cool texture just by itself. So I think I'm done. I think I'm done with that. The original goal was to give this guy like a little robot arm that he picked up stuff with, but now that I'm seeing it, I don't want to do it. I was working like crazy to get the renders done by Thanksgiving, but light passing in the cave rendered so badly, so I have to figure out light passes. Are you rendering in cycles or Eevee? Because Eevee will make your life much easier. Also, you can set up an HDRI. If you don't know how to do it, I can show you how to do it. What are you working on? I am working on a weird library, and this is a robot that picks up books and distributes them around the library. And I gotta fix this gross looking mouth now. This mouth is not it. Yeah, it's gonna be a weird one today. I mean, it's been a weird one today already, but it's going to continue to be a weird one today. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream for, I'm being perfectly honest. I have bad, like, endurance when it comes to streaming for some reason. I do weird stuff, I suppose. But, I'm still feeling it for a little bit. That looks okay. Let's do this and see what that brings for us. Any lore you want to share? Oh, I'd love to. Cycles, it would look differently if you change the engine. I have an HDRI, but it is is the crystals in the back of the cave. Yes. And if you have an object surrounding it, the HDRI won't show up anyway, to be fair. The lore. Okay, so this is based very heavily on the Wanderer's Library from SCP. It's also based off of a grocery store in the UK that has an auto sorting system. And these little guys go around collecting little tablets, and they distribute the tablets to monks that use sort of a weird pseudo-digital technology to read the tablets and do things with. So these little robots work for a bunch of monks, and it is kind of a spiritual place, what they're working on. As for what they're working on, I don't think I will give that away. But, yeah, it's kind of this pseudo-religious temple sort of thing. Very, very Jedi temple. Very, very Jedi in its execution. They are more data tablets instead of books. Correct. Correct. That little ridge right there, whatever that is bad. I think I have to merge something. Yes, that's exactly what it was. Same with you. Get rid of those guys. And I gotta redo the wood for the bookshelves. That's something that I've been dreading. That looks a lot better. I don't think he's perfect. He's got a little scoop here that I kind of hate, but whatever. I think I might do this. Do a little J there. Do a little J there. Bum, ba, ba, da, ba. Just like that. It's very hard to see what I'm working on for some reason. Oh, that looks way better. I'm gonna say that's him. Done. I'm gonna say that is him. That's a little boy. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and put him in the scene somewhere. Let's go ahead and call you Bot Body. Hey, what's up, Scroopy? How you doing? Bot Antenna. Is the library in good condition, or is it a bit of chaos so only the robots can navigate it? It is very orderly, but only the robots can navigate it. Bot Crystals. Long time no see. I'm gonna call it an eye, even though it's not really an eye. All right, let's put everything back. All right, we're gonna go a little bit of GY over here. Get into here, GY, GX. Oops, I see a problem. Bum-ba-dee-da, bum-ba-dee-bee-bee-dee-bee-dee, bum-ba-dum-ba-dee. GY, there you go. GX, there he is. Must have been years, decades. Couldn't have been earlier today, right? Couldn't have been like just a few minutes ago, right? We'll do a little RZ. Get him looking at the books. Hey, that's cool. You do what you do. You know what? I actually think he's going to be best if we put him here. Let's put him right here. We're going to have to play with our angles just a little bit to get this to work, but I think that'll be good. No. There we go. That works. So there's our main boy sitting in the scene. You saw him, but he didn't see you. That's a tragic love story, honestly. Body bee, beady beady, body beady, body bee, body me, beady beady. It's gonna mess everything up. I've just realized it's gonna mess everything up. We have to, okay, we have to fasten onto the eye because the eye has UV data that matters. Everything else is fine. We just have to fasten onto the eye. So the eye gets it last. The eye gets it first. Join. It's on the eye. Make sure that you worked. Hey, it works. Cool. Good. So that's bot. That's bot. I don't think Scroopy's wife would agree to an affair. She barely accepts his sugar daddy. That was a sentence and a half. That was a real sentence. Okay, let's go ahead and do another one over here. Actually, let's do it right here. This is a good angle. That'll be just fine. I think this project was a little bit bigger than I had planned on doing today, but I'm going to force myself through it. Okay, you can't even see him. So instead, we're going to put you one closer right here. Sweet. That'll do. And we'll go GZ down just a bit. Oh, that's kind of cool. How many of them do we need? I think we only need 3, right? This is not a busy library. There's only monks here. Scroopy finished a Vulpin Tinger model today. What is that? What is a Vulpin Tinger? 3 is a nice number. I do like a 3. I'm a big fan of a 3. Hello? Yeah, it's going to be the one right behind here. Right there. Correct, correct. Yeah, one kind of close to the shelf on the right. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. So you can get a really nice close-up view of this. They're a little too obviously placed, so I'm actually going to take you and put you over here. That'll do. That looks good. A Wolpenganger is a mystical creature from South Germany. It's safe to Google. You want me to put one way back here? I think I like it like this. I think I'm okay with this. I like the teeter-totter. The goal was to make them move. I posted a screenshot of him in your Discord. Thank you very much. Very, very much. Oh, we got Cass's art. That is cute. What is that? Cream? All right, let's see your boy. Oh, it's a jackalope. Okay, so we call them jackalopes, except they don't have wings, so I suppose it is something different. You made this? You sculpted this today? This is clean. This is really clean looking. You're very good. Very clean. Very, very clean. Yeah, it's a jackalope with wings. Man, that is expert stuff. That's some ZBrush stuff right there. Okay, so we have the scene somewhat set, but there's a real lack of understanding that there's ground down here. There needs to be some sort of separation between these guys. Oh, I got it. I know how to do it. And the color scheme is a little all over the place. Yeah, no, you're doing great. Like, that was... I tried to sculpt a cat yesterday, or on Monday, and it went real bad. So I'm very envious of people who can sculpt. It's a real talent. Okay, let's grab you, and we gotta change this wood texture. The wood looks really bad. Tell you what, I'm gonna do a double... Oh, I got it. I know how to do it. I know how to make wood. I'm gonna make a brand new wood. New wood. Let's remove everything that isn't the wood so I can just focus on it. So we got bookshelves. We'll hide the particle system. Just bookshelves. Okay. I'm not feeling like an expert, but hearing it from another gives me some boost. Hey, there you go. I looked it up and there's more. There's more? I'd like to hear more. Yeah, I mean, you seem really good to me. I don't know what your end goal is, but from just a look, it looks good. You posted something in general. Oh wow, there's a bunch of them. Look at them. A Volpentinger, Scavator, has no antlers. Leveris Acornis Multiple? I can't really read that. Russelbach. Okay, so that's just a jackalope. Odrashell. I don't know the difference between these two. I guess one has, like, elk and one has just a simple horn. And a jackalope. Oh, a jackalope's right there. Okay. I don't know the difference between these three. I don't get why these three are different. I get these guys. I don't get these guys. I'm sure there's very specific details. Okay, let's make some wood. The middle left one scares me. The one that's covered in spikes. Okay, I've done this once before. I did this on the push dagger, which I widely consider to be one of my best pieces. So we're gonna try it again here. Different antlers. Yeah, I just don't get why the different antlers matter that much, but you're right, it is different antlers. And the tooth. Oh, I didn't see the teeth. I did not make note of the teeth. Okay, so that's wood. I think I want to reverse these two. Ba-da. Beep beep dee da da dee 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 dee. What does this do? that do something different for us? That should change it. Hey, what's up, Joe? Important question. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for the important question. I'm waiting for it to be something specific. What is the stupidest number? This isn't a joke or anything. All right, can I get some important background details? What counts as a number? Are we counting decimals? Are we counting imaginary numbers? Are we counting constants? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, I'm hopping out. When I get to work again, I'll message in the Discord for some help. Bye, everyone. No problem. Whole positive numbers. Okay. 31. The ears are gone? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. The ears are gone. I took them off. Okay, stupidest number, whole below 10K. Let's take a little break real quick to have a munch. I'm gonna munch real quick. Give me one moment. I'm gonna say 108. 108. No, actually, 108 is a good number. No, I take it back. Wait. Wait, what? I just learned some math by accident. So you can know how to multiply by 9. So 9 times 1 is 9. 9 times 2 is 18. The number 18, the 1 and the 8 add up to 9. So 9 times 3 is 27. 2 plus 7 is 9. 9 times 4, 36. 3 and 6 is 9. That's how you know how to do 9s, all the way up until you get to 99, which obviously 9 plus 9 does not equal 9. But then it resets. 108 does add up to 9. So it's actually, I actually think 99 is the worst number. I think 99 is the worst number. And I hate the fact that people price things at 99. That sucks. That's dumb. I hate that. It's 99. Worst number is 99. I don't like that logic. I don't love that logic. I see what you're doing, but it doesn't make any sense. 99 is the worst number. I hate 99. I'm calling it right now. 99 is the worst number. I'm calling it as if I have some sort of stake in all of this. Okay, let's go ahead and call our wood texture here. Now I hate it as well. Good. Good. Down with 99. We hate 99. Who is she? Oh no, Lithindra. We call it a lucky number. Why though? I like 7. 31 divisible by what exactly? Sure, 31 and 1. Great, of course. 155, 310. What? You ever seen the Nicolas Cage movie where he freaks out about numbers for a long time? He like writes a bunch of numbers down and his daughter talks to him in a weird way. What is that number? What is that movie called? That movie's nuts. You just did that. That's what you're doing right now. 0. Try to divide by it and see how much fun it is. Dividing by 0 is possible, technically. What is the most verbally abusive number? 1! 1! 1. It's got to be 1. 1 sucks. I hate the number 1. 1. When people say 1, it's so like, that's not a word. 1. 1's the worst sounding 1. Beady 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 bee. Yeah, I'd say 1 as well. One's just bad. It's not good sounding. It's got such a bad vibe to it. Okay, so one of you looks bad, and it's you. I'm number 1. And again, it does make sense, Reddit, just because you can't be bothered to think about it. What? You trying to make fun of me on my own stream? I get enough of that on your stream. I think I had great logic in what I just said. Also, wood is hard. Man, I hate making wood. Wood is very tough to make. "99 in French." Okay, can you say 99 in French? What does it sound like? I'm successfully making fun of you on your stream. It's different? No. You're not successful. You're not successful. You just stink. Cool. I'm into this. Now let's go ahead and turn it into a bump real quick so that we can actually see what it looks like for reals. Because I suppose I'm just looking at flat textures right now. I should probably not be doing that. You two have to play nice or I'm going to have to be a grown-up. No one wants that. Oh, that's the smell. I thought it was me. Yeah. You gotta be careful of the smells. The smells will get you. It's okay. Just do better. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. It's the worst thing you can hear. That's how you murder somebody on the spot, is you tell them that you're not sad, you're just disappointed. Why does the Swedish Navy have barcodes? Don't do this. You already did this. You did this in my chat. Bobby. This is the Lithindra special. It is more how they say the number, because they basically say 4 times 20 and 19. Oh, I've seen that. I have seen this. It is very weird. It does not make any sense. Oh, I'm good at whistling? Thank you. I whistle a lot. I am a big fan of that old whistling thing. I grew up with Andrew Bird. If you haven't experienced Andrew Bird, shout out to Andrew Bird. He's a very excellent human being. He's a great whistler, and I learned a lot from him. And I love him. I love the guy. He was very important in my life growing up. He still is kind of important, but I haven't experienced much from him in a while. But I do love the man. Lithindra, don't the Japanese think 4 is a bad number because it's the same word as death or something? I did not know that. I've never heard of that before. I know in Chinese, the word for like the door to hell is you. And so it's very like interesting to say like you are blank. I mean, German is weird in the way that we say the 9 before the 90 and 99. I'm losing my mind over here. Joe, you're supposed to be gone. Oh, is that the she sentence? Is that the one that we've all known and loved? Also, I'm going to go ahead and steal a texture real quick because I don't want to do this anymore. So I'm going to go steal a texture from one of my previous boys. What do I have? Handle. It is Chinese, correct. All other numbers greater than 12. What am I looking at? I want handle. There he is. Please, just work. I made a very beautiful texture last time. Just work. Just get on here and work. It doesn't look great, does it? It's got those little bumps in there, and it is kind of attractive looking, but it's not exactly the one that I want. Nune und Nuzig, literally 99. I love that. Nune Nuzig. I think that's cool. I like that. I like the sound of that. Oh wait, we have an image texture in here that's missing. Where is he? Ba-ba-boo. Why is the image texture not missing? What? What do you call a knight entirely made out of fine china? Ceramic? Ah. Lithindra. You're canceled. That one was good. That one was really good. I'll give you that one. That one rocked. That one kind of rocked. Why am I missing... I'm missing some textures here. No, I'm not. I did it procedurally. Oh my gosh, I remember I clutched it. I did it procedurally. Yes, 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 I did. Yes, I did. Get rid of this. Oh my gosh, I remember clutching this out. Oh my gosh, I procedurally generated buttons. I was on something else that day. Some days you have it, some days you don't. That day I had it. I had the juice. Okay, so everything is here. It's kind of cool. It's kind of a cool look. It's very very oriental. Badumts. It's got a nice look to it. Ba-ba-boo. 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 You know what? I'm gonna leave it just like that. I think that's cool. I think this is fine. I can live with this. Let's go ahead and put the books back on. Oh, they stick out a lot better. Now I just gotta make the books look good. Let's see what the floor looks like. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's really cool looking, actually. Let's put the robots on. They're not very good looking. This is the same thing as the supports, correct? No, it's not. Interesting. Interesting design. Okay, that's going to be him, I think. Q Gold 02, which we're going to switch you over as well. Hello? So you're going to be Q Gold 02, which I'm going to rename to Robot Metal. You should be set. Q Gold 02, which is called Robot Metal now. We'll worry about the look of that later. Okay, so all of them now have the same emerald. So now we just got to find the color that we like. I'm thinking we go double down on the red. What's the no? Okay, I'm excited to see where this no is about to go. Ba-dee-dee-dee-dee. Da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Da-na-na-na-na. Yeah, that'll do. Now I'm actually in it. Okay, yep. We're gonna give it negative value. So we can get these really dark, weird looking lines showing up. That's too much. Yes, really consistent design language. Bring it down a little bit. Make it really simple. Am I going to make the robots out of wood? Should they be made out of wood? I'm kind of thinking they're wood. No. No. Robots are not out of wood? Scroopy. Scroopy, I think that's a little... It's a little judgmental on your part. We're gonna call this Robot Ruby. This is gonna be called Robot Ruby. And down here, you're gonna get a Robot Ruby. Maybe you're right. Yeah. Look, someone had to tell you, and I'm sorry it was me, but I'm glad you're learning. Those books look terrible. That looks so bad. I'm almost embarrassed to show what I want the books to look like. I'm almost embarrassed because it's going to be so much different than what I'm doing right now. But it's probably worth it to take a look at it and see if I can recreate it. Let's try and make a robot out of metal real quick, or out of wood real quick. So I'm going to switch you over to the handle. Oh, it's kind of cool looking. Oh wait, no. Okay, so we're gonna do handle. This is gonna be called Robot Wood. And I'm just gonna lower those sizes down quite a bit. Or actually, I have to. I have to lower the sizes like a lot. .3. Let's do a .3 on there and see what that does for us. And now this guy looks real weird. I don't even get what that's doing. I got the important darn done. I should do another thing, but my grade doesn't depend on it, and I hadn't the opportunity to have dinner yet. As of late, the quarter till midnight is... Yeah, you should definitely eat dinner. You don't know the lore of this library? The library is owned by monks. Beyond that, there is no lore. I mean, there is kind of lore, but this isn't like my real work. This isn't like my main writing project. So it's not exactly what I'm going for. No. Bada-bee. Chinese monks or more like Christian monks? They're like Jedi. They're like the Jedi. Something's really bad with the design language here. Something's just not right. Bum-ba-dee, dum-ba-dee, dum-ba-dee. What if I reverse these two? And I can see them having robot wood. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got to see a little bit of robot wood in their life. I love that music. It's from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Sure is. Scroopy's a man of taste. If I didn't already love you, Scroopy, there'd be another point in your category. Bum bum ba dee bee beep beep bee. I hate it. No, we're going back to metal. We're going back to the metal. They're gonna be little dustbins. Oh wait. Oh wait. Due to the state of meme culture, I hear the song Somebody I Used to Know in my head every time I hear the word lore is dropped. Is lore a thing? In Somebody I Used to Know? I'm unaware of this. You'll send some memes in Discord? Alright, I look forward to it. I look forward to that. I don't even know what to expect. My Roomba just activated, which means I've been streaming for way too long. It's almost 4 hours. Should I be done? I feel like I'm not done. I don't want to be done, but I think I probably have to be done here soon. I have to go make dinner and stuff. I'll just explain. Let me do this part real quick, and then I'm going to explain what the goal is here. Scroopy, isn't it like mega late for you right now? Are you nocturnal? 4-hour stream? That would be insane. Only crazy people do that. You know what? I don't need this. I plan for 3-hour streams. I plan around 3-hour streams. If that's too little, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, it's not that late. I thought it was way later for you. It's pitch black outside for me, so it feels late for me. Ba-ba-dee, ba-da-ba-da. Ba-dee-bee-dee-bee-dee-bee-dee. Hey, my Roomba stopped working. She hit something. Good. She's very good at that. She's very good at getting stuck on things. That's her specialty. Ba-da-bee-dee, ba-da-bee-dee, ba-da-ba-dee. Okay, we just want little slivers all over the place. And I'm actually going to take that and copy. Nope, don't do that. It's winter, so it gets dark really fast here. Yeah, you're further north than I am, so I assume it's like pitch black all the time. It goes pitch black around 6:30 here, which is like way too early for my tastes. Okay, that should be perfectly okay. In fact, I will separate them even more to give them even more of that little gradient between them. That's a look. So I basically made it into rubber, is the idea I was going for. So we got like a rubber guy. Like a weird metallic-y sort of rubber. I didn't want to go full rust. I think rust is not the look. They're almost like made out of cement. They have kind of a cement vibe going on. What I will do is probably add another one of these guys. The sun goes down at 4 with the mountains. It's even before that. Okay, so you're not that much further north than I am. I was thinking you were very, very north. It's interesting, though. It's weird how... I mean, this is going to sound like the cheesiest, dumbest thing in the world. Everyone in the world has ever had this opinion. Every, like, 4th grader has had this opinion before. But it's kind of weird that, like, we're on a planet. And there's people halfway across the world that just, like, share experiences. Like, I know it's, like, the cheapest, dumbest thing you can ever think. But, like, I think that all the time. Like, it's very weird, the world we live in. We live in a very strange place. Very odd. Very odd that we all have shared experiences. Like, I don't know. I think about that with war sometimes. Like, you think about people going to war with each other, and it's just weird to think, like, hey, that person that I'm about to kill tomorrow is going to bed right now. Like, stuff like that psychs me out. Stuff like that is like, how do people fight in war? That's just such a weird vibe. All right. Yeah, it's all very strange. I think I messed up. No, not subtract. I need divide. Yeah, I need divide. This should make not cool looking things, but I have a chance that it works. Oh, it's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, now we have these little divots inside of the brakes. That looks great. That's what I wanted. Okay, excellent. So, here's what I need to do. Here's my next setup. I need to take these books, these tablets, and I need to redo them because they look really unprofessional. They look so bad. And then I need to put stuff down here to make it clear that there is a floor. I'll worry about that later. So I need to make the floor better. Actually, I'm gonna do it right now. Okay, so let's do a little bit of G. Do a little bit of GX to bring that over. Slide it down a little bit more. GX, slide it over just a little bit more. Just wants to keep going, doesn't it? All the way down. I can scale it later, but I just want to do it right now. Okay. My friend found a useless D&D item that I find amazing. Ring of Attunement allows the player to attune to one more item than normal. Requires attunement. Oh no. I hate that. So, here's what I'm doing. I guess Friday. I guess I'm going to work on this Friday. I didn't plan on it. I'm going to make lights hang down below here, so it's obvious that there's stuff below here. I'm going to make some couches, seating, something or other here. I'm going to put a little character down here. So we're going to put like a little guy in a robe, one of the little monks or somebody down here. And I think that's the scene done. So I got a fixed book. Let me write all that down. Let's write all that down right now. While we got it in our mind. We'll add a little bit of text. Where are you at? There you are. Wow, I got an exact 180-degree angle. That was weird. The difference between killing in war and homicide is that you were not killing the person for who they are, but purely for who they follow. It's more like international manslaughter, if that makes sense. It depends what you're in it for, right? Some people are just like, yeah, I get free benefits and I get paid and all this sort of stuff, and it's like, that's just a war machine. I'm not saying that you don't deserve benefits if you don't go to war. Like, the world as we know it wouldn't function without that sort of system in place. But, like, going to war because you're passionate about it and you want to save the world is a lot different than, like, doing what you're told and just, like, collecting a paycheck, or for more hateful reasons than that. Fix books. Body beady bee bee beady. Make lights. Hanging lights. Make seating. Put a dude down. There you go. That's the to-do list for tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean Friday. I think we're going to the zoo tomorrow. I don't know what's going on tomorrow. I have controversial feelings about zoos, but I'm going to the botanical garden. I'm not going to the zoo part. I also think war is pretty rarely really about who you follow and more about control and power. Yeah, most people like agree with each other, right? Most people at the end of the day want to put food on their table and don't want to be killed by the person above them. Okay. We're done. That's it. I'm done today. This is what I've done today. I worked a little slower than I wanted to, but I'm coming back. I don't know. Something happened over the weekend, I guess, and I lost a little something or other. I don't know why. So I just need to practice a little bit more. Also, the bookshelf is not as clean as I want it to look for some reason. We'll figure that out later. Okay, so we're here. Let's go ahead and shoot everybody off on a raid real quick. So if you would like to get some free channel points, join me in a raid. We're gonna go say hello to somebody. We're gonna go send some love. It makes people feel good. After that, do whatever you want, but just go say hi in a raid. What is that? Is that a mop? Mop it up, boys. We're done. Who shall we raid? You were not thinking about killing that person tomorrow, but a person? Yeah, no, I agree with you. I definitely don't think it's the same, but I get weird, like, imagine going to bed knowing that there's somebody else going to bed and you're both thinking about killing each other. That's weird. That's a very strange thought to me. Alright, what do we want to be doing? We got Curdle, who's playing Breath of the Wild. Curdle's fine. Oh my god. Look at this Grinch. We have to go to the Grinch, correct? There's Val of Hearts, who I like a lot. Val is very cute. Val's a very sweet human being. Why are these people making the same thing? Check language, thank you. No language for Danny Boy. Okay, we'll go raid Val. Val's cool. Val's a sweetheart in everybody's chat. I've watched a bit of Val before in the past. I like a bit of Val. So go say hi to Val for me. We're gonna go tell Val. Here's our raid message. The raid message is gonna be organize your bookshelf. And if you got the emote, use the emote. That's gonna be it right there. Organize your bookshelf. That's gonna be our raid message. Dehumanization is an integral part of warfare. Manpower as much as a metric as a number of bullets. We're gonna have to keep it for next time. Sayonara, folks. Go say hi. Go send the love for me. I'll catch you all on the other side. Thank you all for joining me. It's been very nice.